never turned on my camera. This is that button. This is that button. This is that. Very good. Okay, I never turn on my lights. Alright, coffee. Stream started a bit later today because I had a few things to do for stream. New monster. Wow. Yep. Oh. Solving problems on all fronts. So I thought of a thing that I could do. That would involve a bit of plumbing. But it's probably best to make a distinction. I don't really know, actually. Let's see. So my idea was in the this guy, instead of just always setting the time, it would be passed as an argument into the more internal thingies. Well, I guess it does make sense to do this. But maybe only after. But then, like, how do you use it? I could also just try this. Do nothing. Everything else, set the time. So idling is supposed to do nothing. What happens in here? False. Wait, can I do better actually? Match instruction. Idle. Don't do anything. Wait, how was it? Oh. Okay, right. So maybe this will fix it actually. Idle is special. So actually I could do that right here. I could go, oh, no, go back. Okay, right here. I could go like, don't do anything on that one. And then could I do that inside? Internal. Does that make sense? Maybe. Oh, yeah, so it's right there. State time equals instruction time. And then the other one does it as well. Sure. Well. So state, oh, no, idle. Um, Actually, I could do even better than this. I could make this, instead of being an input. Oh no, it has to be input because, yeah, no, it has to be actually. Never mind. To get internal events to catch up to real time. Okay, so that might fix the problem. Need them. Are physics deterministic? I might have just done it, just like right now. We'll see. Balloon sound effect. Okay, so what do I got to do? So, do not set time on idle. So what this does is it pollutes the internal state with information about when rendering happened. When are you adding the leg breaking sound? Probably much later, if at all. I'll probably add it. You could add it, but you would need to make an audio system. There's no audio whatsoever right now. Buh. Okay. Do you use any Vim-like keybinds? I've never used Vim, so I don't actually. Oh, is that like HJKL? No, not really. It would probably be a good idea to look into it, but. Okay, so I built it. I need to rebase the bot base onto the bot base. No. Oh, it's just being cringe. Okay. Oh, never mind. It wasn't being cringe. Huh. Okay. Oh, bot pre-release. That's right. Modal editing stuff. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Okay, so it's because I updated this. So I need a new sniff version with this rebased on top of this. And then it'll be like, "Wah," and then I have to fix it. So, sniff. So I want to add another number here. Shooby-doo-bop. Okay, so yeah, it was supposed to be like a pre-release thing, but is this a new feature? Well, I mean, yes, it is a new feature, but it doesn't break anything else. So I could just do a minor. I don't know, minor release. Okay. Gotta rename this properly. Okay, so then I'll publish this little pre-release. Should I fix? Right, I'm kind of doing that already. I'm trying to fix bot stuff. Is that as a Vim mode? I'm more interested in being productive right now than messing with my config. Okay, so this is this cargo publish register spelling straight snat. Wow, that was hard to spell. Okay, so I'm gonna that makes a new version, and I'm gonna use that version, and it's gonna work. Insert mode and type stuff. That's insanity. Okay, so bunch of stuff. Oh, this is common. We want bots. Okay, so I could just like remake this comment. Rebase. Yep. This doesn't matter. This does matter. So I can take this and change it to version 3. And then it'll auto fix it. And then I can put it in. And then now I can rebase these other bot things on the bot base. So bot worker 2 rebase on the bot base. Oh no. Oh, this is the thing that was there before. Skip. So the only difference there is the dependencies and the actual changes that I did. Okay. Then this one, we also rebase this. Bot base. Do you know this song? Ah, jeez. It includes these comments now. Goob. Now do you know the song? Timescale, bot playback. Okay, what am I looking at here? Bot resimulate. Right. I want to. Okay, that's good actually. I'll take this. Okay. I wanted to see if they're faster. Could I run all the tests simultaneously? I probably could, huh? So I need a new. I need some new bots because I changed the way the simulation works. Do you host your own Gitty? Yes. It's hosted by the bhop database developer. Wait, is this a mix? The super hit medley, bruh. Okay, I'm done with Windows. Get out of here, Windows. I love this. Shutting down your computer. Bye bye. Do you use YouTube to MP3? No. I use the actual thing, YouTube DL. What's the bhop database? It's the database for bhop. Or do you know about the Roblox game? I made a Roblox game in 2015 called bhop, and then people were like, "We need surf," and I made surf in about 6 months later by copying the code and pasting it, and then setting the gravity to be half. I really should have paid a bit more attention to that and like made the settings closer to original or popular at the time CS 1.6 bhop, because then all the Roblox maps would be compatible with the Counter-Strike maps, or like more compatible, I guess. There still be like minor physics differences, but then like people wouldn't feel uncomfortable playing CS bhop, and vice versa, where it's like this doesn't feel right, but it's so close that it's like honing in on your like years of experience, and you can feel the subtle changes. So it is perfect, but the settings are different. So it would be, I should have chosen more carefully the settings 10 years ago, but alas, there's now thousands of maps using my goofy random Roblox settings that I came up with on the spot 10 years ago. Okay. RSurf old physics gave you so much speed from strafing. The new physics is the same. Cargo test release. What happens when I do this? Does it like smash the RAM? I didn't know this band did this. Wow. No such file or directory. Okay. What happened? Where's the tests? Debug bots. Did I delete that? I moved them. That's right. Okay, what's going on? Right. Okay, so this is the old stuff. Okay, well, I'm gonna move. I changed the format again, so I'm gonna move the files again. So let's do that. Oh, is it not here? Strafe client. Debug bots v1, debug bots v2. Or actually, it's the same format. I don't really know much about new physics. It's designed to play the exact same. The most the biggest difference, except with way less bugs, is the idea. Um, the the biggest difference is the hitbox is a cylinder instead of a sphere. That's the most noticeable difference. Everything else is technical. It is completely different under the hood, but it's designed to play the same. Like, it's not even close. Have I told you about? Have you been here when I explain like predictive versus corrective physics? It's the same version. Does Strafe Snap play the same as Roblox? Yes. I also have settings for source, so you can play source maps once I get those. I don't want to make yet another config of like bhop settings, another standard. I didn't really intend to make a new standard for the Roblox game. I was just like trying to make bhop, and I did a bad job making the settings close. And so now everyone, including me, is used to those random settings. Random numbers I picked in 2015. I was like, that's pretty close. And then surf, half the gravity. That's about right. And it actually is about right. It's magically using a scale of factor of 16. It is exactly the correct gravity for source surf. So that was lucky. But 16 isn't always a good scale factor. It's more like 13. Hello. Okay, what am I doing? I'm trying to do these 0 bytes. Nor. Okay. So I'm gonna move this over here because this is okay. I can't move it. Cool. Old bot. I gotta like. I need to put the map name in. It would be crazy if all the developers and servers switched to this instead of Momentum. I don't think that they're going to switch to either. I think that this is just going to be another new game, and there will be people who play Momentum, people who stay on CS, people who stay on Roblox, and it'll just be another one. I want it to be the best one, and I want to entice people to play it, but it's going to take a long time to develop. And may not have everything that everyone wants. Hot mess of a community. Yeah, competing standards, and I'm making a new one. I'm the most interested in the technical aspect and like the programming aspect of bhop. Bhop is my perfect project because I get to skip art and like story and sound design and music, and like I just skip everything with game development. I just write code. And then people make maps, and I already have thousands of maps ready to go that I can use in this game. Ideally, there's like a system, and then the CS map makers could also submit their maps to be used in this game. Ideally, there'd be some sort of premium. I don't know if that's ideal, but like you could buy the map, and then that money goes like 70% to the map maker or something like that. That would be pretty cool. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's not cool. Maybe it's better for it to just be no finance. I don't know. The people who stay on CS are probably going to be the ones you don't want. What, you mean like toxic or something? I mean, there's a lot of toxic people on Roblox Big Up as well. Okay. Okay, what's happening? Okay, so I think I want to record directly to this folder. Just to keep it out of the development thing. I'm just gonna hard code it. I will, however, do this so that it is the correct folder. Okay, what's the new bot? This one doesn't exist anymore. Oh, it's arcane, right? It's another arcane run, or is it talk? What is this? I got no idea. So, this is the problem. Like, I don't actually know what this is. It must be. It's not big enough to be an arcane run. This is a talk run. $916. Okay, so that's a new one. Sigh. I don't know what map this is. Surely it's like Utopia, right? No. Okay. What the hell? Oh, is this brick? Music is too loud. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the microphone thing. So I have this problem. This is my audio setup. I have this problem where the microphone on the phone is at half volume for some reason when it goes through this. So if I make it skip over this thing, wah, I'm twice as loud. So that should be much better. Music's probably still a bit loud though. Okay. So these are gonna run simultaneously. Yeah, just kind of jumping around. Let's see. There's another bot. Okay. Why did you pick Rust? So the defining factor was safety. I didn't want to write some game that is a remote code execution as a service to like hack anyone who wants to play the games. I have written so many memory leaks and like bad code. So Rust doesn't let you do that. So that was like why I thought this would be a better choice than C++. And then the rest of like Rust hype got me, and I'm a Rust hype man now. He's coding a game in Rust. Away. Yes, it's a Rust game. Rust has 50 game engines and 5 games. Writing a game engine, and this is a game engine game all in one. The game engine is the game. Okay, I have to figure out what the hell this bot is. There's another one here. I don't know what map it's supposed to run. Yeah, I got no idea. Reading an article about someone who dropped Rust for game dev. Yeah, there's definitely if you're trying to make a AAA game, you're not gonna have a good time. That's it's not. It's not mature. Leaving Rust game dev. Like if you want to use someone's engine and like make a giant game, there's not really like there's not Unreal Engine in Rust, right? Bevy is like speeding along, trying to be the Rust game engine, but it's not. It's no Unreal Engine yet, so. And you could probably say the same but to a lesser extent of like it's a lesser extent of it's not there yet about Godot, where Godot is like a pretty good fraction of the way there to be a Unity replacement. So Bevy would be behind that. So if you want ultimate game engine freedom, Godot might be a good choice. Well, I guess ultimate game engine freedom is doing it yourself, but that's a lot of work. You got to do the engine as well as the game. Don't be like me. Or do. How do I find out? This has to be like a half run or something. I don't remember. The code is documentation for what the hell this is. Maybe I can recognize it. What if I compile? Oh, hold up. Utopia bot. Oh, it's a Utopia bot. Hold up. 807. That's the one. Okay, the code is documentation. Let's go. Okay. Utopia cat. It's right there. That right there. Boom. Okay. That is Utopia. Okay, I just want to run it. I think it's cool. All right. It's running all the tests. It just loaded all the maps. It's just running them. That's so cool. Oh, those are the other tests. Okay, what happened to simulate bot 6? Simulate bot 6. Oh, no such file. Okay. No such file. Wart. Did I not get the right ID? Wart. Oh, it's looking in bhop maps. Oh my god, bruh. Oh my god, bruh. Change. Hold tight. That's it. I've never seen this thumbnail. Okay. Wish I knew that much programming to do such a big project. I'd say just keep doing things. Like it's really years and years of iteration and doing things and like building on what I already know and trying new things, learning new things. I just have 10 years of experience developing the Roblox game and exploring concepts within that. And then suddenly I sort of knew how I wanted to design an entire thing myself. Because I didn't like using other people's stuff. I think that's a big factor of why I can make my own. One of the factors, it's like 20%. There's a lot of factors. Experience is a big factor. Yeah, there's a lot of. I couldn't really tell you how you can go and make your own game engine. You have to know so much, and I don't have like a step-by-step guide. Like you would have to spend 4 years doing and learning stuff, right? Crunch the numbers on the revenue share, even lower than 30%. Yeah. Okay, let's try the tests again. I want to see what is the CPU, what happens on the CPU when I run these tests. So probably like 6 cores will go slam when I run the tests. So it's compiling, loading maps. Oh, so only one of them is long enough to like show up. Okay, Simulate Bot 6 worked this time with Utopia. So it's not super testy. It's not like a perfect way to test because I don't have like a expected output. So none of these actually work properly. What I need to have is an expected output. So I think that, where should I write? Is it version 2? The file format is not version 2, but the simulation is version 2. Well, I mean version 600, whatever. Debug bots v2. So I'm gonna make a new folder here, and then I'm going to feel and stay. Okay. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna save all of these. So next is the Oh, yes. Okay, so where is this code? Date. Where am I saving the file? Where's the thing that does the thing? Oh, it just does it. Yeah. That's not the greatest. Yeah. It's already published. Hard-coded the path in here? Or do I supply the path? Or is that in... Please let the path be here. No. New date. Bot prototype. New create name. Yeah, no. There's... Well, actually, it does just use the path. So I could actually do this. Okay, go here. Okay. Give me the file path. Yes. Perfect. Just what I wanted. Okay, so now we're saving to bots v2. Okay, so now I'm going to build this version of the engine, and this version can record gameplay. Wow. That's actually really quite good. What am I doing? Right, I wanted to do this. Okay. Cool. Where should I put this? Here? Sure. Okay. So I built it. Now I'm going to load some kind of map and run it. What should I do? ISO is not that good of a test. Arcane is like the ultimate test. I guess I'll just run Arcane again. So it should be recording. Yep, there's the file. And then every time I move the mouse, the file gets bigger. Whoop! Yep. Okay. So the goal is to have the bot... you know what I should do? I should go hit the start zone so I can start the timer. I haven't made it so that you have to be going a certain speed to start the timer yet. So you can just start the timer at any speed. All you have to do is hit the start zone. I do need to change it. Right, so my focus is to fix a bunch of like little physics issues. Oh, look. So remember yesterday I changed the way jumping works. Well, now when you hit a sloped surface, it works differently. It works more like Roblox. And like when you jump down, it's different as well. So I didn't hit the ceiling while going through tunnels before. Yeah, it's hitting microscopic edges, which is not the greatest, but that could just be a map issue. Yeah, it feels a little bit weird to play with the new jump code because I'm so used to the weird jump code that was like wrong. Yeah, it's much easier to play. The maps were designed with this style of jump code. I have a style configuration option to use the other full linear uncapped style of jumping, but like probably that's not very needed. Okay, you can't do this part without flying at the moment. Roblox is seriously an evil, devious company. Well, they experiment. They just spend too much money is the problem. So they they can't give creators more. Their expenses are too high. It's not an efficient company. Okay. So the goal is to reach the end zone, get a time, and then I'll have a replay, and the replay is not a recording. So this is a sloped platform, despite what it looks like. It's like, okay, what do I look like here? It's like sloped like this in the middle of the box. It's not rendered correctly because I think it's CSG. Oops. But when I hit it before, I would just go straight into the drink. But now I get a forwards boost, and I jump upwards, which is more like the Roblox and Counter-Strike jumping behavior, which is part of my jump fix from yesterday. Okay, the goal is to reach the end zone, get a time, and the recording that's going to my SSD right now is a recording of inputs. It's not a recording of like the screen or something. So the playback has to re-simulate every single input I do, which is like thousands per second. Well, 1,000. The mouse polling rate is 1,000, and then it's plus whatever keys I press. But the resimulation rate is very fast. It can run at like 50,000 ticks per second, maybe faster. I should like print the speed in the tests. That would be pretty cool. And then I could do like benchmarks. I absolutely need to do that. But the goal is to make the simulation deterministic. So going from the start to the end zone, resimulating, I don't know, like 1 million inputs back to back to back to back to back, and making no mistakes, or well, I guess mistake is the wrong word, getting the same result, which is determinism, is the goal. So the goal is for the simulation to become deterministic, which it wasn't before. But I think that was because it was writing down timestamps. Oh, I didn't even realize I changed something about the simulation, and there's like no guarantees that it would even work. And it is working, so cool. Oh, close. Why does everything look weird and glossy? Because I wanted some kind of shader that responds to where you are in the game, so that it doesn't just look like flat textures. Because it's literally just rendering the texture onto the screen, and that's it. It just takes the texture color and draws it onto the screen. So I added a reflection shader that draws the sky. It calculates the reflection direction and draws the skybox. So it makes it like slightly dynamic, and like, yeah, everything looks wet, but like it's kind of cool. It's a super simple look, so that you're not just looking at a flat texture. And like obviously it runs very fast because I'm getting like 1,000 frames per second. So it's something super easy to code and super easy to render that makes it not look totally flat. And it's like super fast to develop as well, so that I could move on to writing the physics and everything else instead of working on like shaders for 10 years. Z-fighting are the Z-fighting bits are supposed to be invisible objects, but they're not they're made invisible by a script, a Roblox Lua script, and there's no scripts that run, so that's why those are there. Is because there's no scripts that make the things that are supposed to be invisible turn invisible. That should happen at map build time. So when the map gets converted to the new format, I'll have a thing that runs scripts. I'll probably do that in the next couple months because that's pretty cool. Have a Roblox emulator, like legitimately just emulate the Roblox behavior to a specific degree, and then you could like reuse my code to make a literal Roblox emulator. Is this what you're playing, Roblox? No. This is my game engine. It's based off of my Roblox game, but it is written from scratch. So it feels like I'm playing my Roblox game, but I'm not. I'm playing my game engine written from scratch. Ooh, ooh. I need glasses. You gotta make sure nobody can rat you when you're doing that. When I'm doing what? Oh, the scripts. Yeah, no, it's the Lua is an interpreted language, so there's almost no chance. You can't even there's no possibility of even opening a file or like doing anything. And there's also a sandbox option. So as long as the library is secure, the Lua library I'm running is secure, and it's open source and popular, so presumably it is, then there's no chance. But you're right, it is running potentially malicious scripts. 3 at a time, 3 at a time, 3 at a time, 3 at a time, 3 at a time. Let's go. Okay. Can I hit this? I didn't fall through the ground. Let's go. I don't think I have enough speed. Oh, I hit. Didn't mean to hit that. Wait, why am I not falling through the surf? Do I have enough speed to hit the end zone? Oh. Let me look at the... Did we hit the end zone? No. I gotta hit the end zone. Where is it here? You're not allowed to hit the triggers? Bruh. You're not even allowed to go in here. There's like a thing. Alright, I'm gonna try falling through the ground. Oh, that was too successful. Oh, wait, I'm spawning there. Right, this spawn is actually rotated wrongly. Oof, mods. Okay, I wanted to see... Can I even get in here? Yes, I can. I wanted to see if I would fall through the ground on the surf, because I didn't do that twice in a row, and it used to be super common. Okay, so let's see. If I surf, do I fall through it? Yes. Okay, so the bug wasn't fixed. I was just imagining things. I got lucky. Okay, I'm going to just fly to the end zone and tap it, and then I'll get a time, and then we can compare the time. If the playback, if the resimulation also reaches the end of the map and is deterministic, we can compare the time and see if it's the same time. I mean, if it's deterministic, it would be the same time. So there it is. So I can close it. Worker stopping. That's the thing that runs, that writes the file. Okay, so it is exactly this time. So now I compile a different version of the engine. What is this? Okay, we're gonna play it back because it's cool. Maybe I'll play it back at 2x speed. Okay, so now I build this version. Oh, it's a specific bot. Okay, we have to find the location of the file. There it is. Okay, file, open this, hard code it. Let's go. So this is yep. Uh, whatever. True. Go away. Okay, so now I need to build it again. Okay, so now I need to run the same map, and then now it's playing back the run that I just got from file by re-simulating the inputs, and I made a change to the physics to try to make it be deterministic. So we'll see how well I did. There's probably still non-determinism somehow. Okay, so it is playing back my inputs. Oops, I have to... It's playing back at 2x speed. So I can run this at like 50x speed without any graphics, but this is more fun because we'll see exactly where it desyncs if it does desync, which means that the interactive simulation that I recorded moments ago is it already desynced? Yeah, it is. It's already desynced. Damn. Where would the source of randomness be? Because I've removed several sources of randomness now. It should just be exactly the same. Oh. Bro just flew through the wall. Meshes, but it loads in the same way every time. It's not like the meshes are randomly generated. Angled planes look... Wow. I can't interpret that. Okay, so it's not working. I was hoping it would be deterministic, but it's not. So I'll have to do more debugging. Collision calculations, they could, but why would they? It's just integer math. Like, you will never get a different answer if you multiply two integers. If you divide A by B and they're integers, and it's the same CPU moments ago, there's no reason for it to be non-deterministic. It's integers. Yeah, it's the physics is in integers. All the coordinates and everything. It's nice. It's kind of a burden because like you have to think super carefully, and like there is problems because like if I run tests, these tests fail because of there not being enough precision to to like multiply the matrices with the like whatever it needs to do the physics calculations, and then get a exact result. So it's like off by a nanosecond or whatever. So what does it say? Oh, yeah. So like it's like it causes internal failures within the algorithm that make the result unexpected. So it'd be nice to pass all these tests, but it's really, 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 really complicated. Thinking about floats, yeah. That's why I'm doing integers, is because floating point calculations are different depending on what CPU you're using. Whereas integers, there is no room for interpretation. Oy, 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 oy. Well, now what? That didn't work. Could you have done fixed point math? It is fixed point math. Ay, 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 ay. Does the replay desync in the same way every time? That's a good question. So it desyncs pretty early on. I'm gonna build this version again. Oh, oops. Build. And we'll see. How could I tell? I really need to like keep developing the playback tools and make it good. Oh, it has to be mouse on. Yeah, so one problem is that it would usually be quite close. So it might look like it's desyncing in the same way, but not desync in the same way. Yeah, that is an interesting thought, is like, does it desync in the same way? Okay, so it is desyncing in the same place. But is it exactly the same? I don't know. It could be slightly off. Yeah, that would be, so if the desync happens in a deterministic way, then it would be only the environment and like the initial loading that's like slightly different somehow. Clip the stream, but it you can't tell visually. You can't do a visual comparison because the timestamps are accurate down to nanoseconds and the positions are accurate down to nanometers, so it has to be exactly the same, and you wouldn't be able to tell. So loading could be a source of randomness if it's like running something. Buh. Buh. What's your end goal with this project? I want to make the best B-Hop game. So I'm designing it from scratch to be the best for B-Hop. And we get Surf for free from making B-Hop. Bro. Do you plan for multiplayer? Later. I'm going to try to make a coherent single-player experience first. Where you can... There's like a selection of maps. You can get bots and times and then like race yourself and share the bot files and share map files before I have to make multiplayer, because multiplayer is insanely complicated, especially when building an engine from scratch. So I'm going to focus on making the game exist first. Should get CSS players to test. Yeah, like, is that gonna be? Shouldn't be that hard. There, like a lot of Roblox players play both. A lot of the top players. So. Yeah. What networking library would you use? I would probably try to use this thing. Okay, go away. Oh, banger song. Where is it? So this is like meant for streaming data, which like that's what this is. So the benefits is it has like congestion control and stuff, so you can say what data is more important, and you can have Tokyo deterministic state machine. Damn, I'm jealous. No IO. Huh. Or maybe this. Oi, what is that? Get out of here. So this is another layer on top of what I just showed. Meant for live video. But like that's kind of the same as the bots, where it's sending this information. It's streaming information that needs to be played back on the other side. So it's a similar use case, but a little bit lower bandwidth. Is it still? Yeah, 2 days ago. Nice. So this one has streams, or I guess quick streams is the thing. Yeah, I don't know this very well, but I thought this looked cool. It's like upcoming network stuff, and it's all written in Rust, and they've got these like write-ups about it, and I was like, wow, that's cool. Amazing. Yeah. So if you want to read about it, they've got some good write-ups. When is this? Opus. Let's-a go. So this guy is like Twitch employee coming from that, and they're like interested in streaming video, and they were wanting to make this. Opus's built-in support for forward error correction. Someone inevitably asks for forward error correction in every networking protocol. Yeah. Engine dump positions and camera angles every tick. So that's the bot keyframes that I've been talking about. And that would be a full physics state. And that's looking like I need to do that. But I'm more interested in like tweaking little physics bugs and like adding features to bring the game closer to completion than I am of like fully getting rid of determinism or making it deterministic, getting rid of non-determinism right this second, because as I develop it, there will be more sources of non-determinism, and it'll be like it's good to get it going, but like buh. Yeah. Indecision. I want to just like keep picking away at physics issues. Okay, so all I need to fix the spawning, starting the run issue is an intersection tester for convex meshes. I need to test two convex meshes to see if they're intersecting. I'm not excited about inventing an algorithm for that, but I could do it if I had to. I can look at the closest Fev stuff for inspiration. Infinity Fev. So this is just choosing some random direction. But what if the centers are literally overlapping? Like, making an arbitrary choice about which vertices to look at first, and then like dealing with edge cases that come from that choice is really tough. Ugh. Oh my god, bro. Start on any vertex, cross uncrossable vertex edge boundaries until you find the closest vertex or edge. Cross edge face boundary if it's uncrossable. So that's like considering that the direction is perpendicular to the face and there might be multiple flush faces, and it has to like find out where it is on that face, because it can't do that by crossing edge boundaries as it traces the path, because there's no intersections, because it doesn't move relative to the face. What's the Minkowski face? Well, my good fellow, a Minkowski face is a face that is a combination of other submeshes. So this is a Minkowski sum of two convex meshes. So this is just some vertex and some face on a mesh that is it must be a convex mesh for the algorithm to work, so you can't have like a mesh that has concavity in it. And these are the three different representations. So I use okay, so what's a Minkowski sum? So imagine the centers of both of these convex meshes. I have right here some convex meshes. I can do this. I can go big. So the center points of both meshes, if this has some rotation, like say it's fixed like this, and then I trace this on the surface. So think of the center point of this tracing out like a plane. So if you move it across all the possible points, it traces out a plane. So if I continue to trace this, well, now it can move here as well. So it traces out, the center point traces out a mesh. If you go over all possible points around the every possible place. And that mesh that's traced out by the center point is the Minkowski sum of these two meshes. And what that does for the physics is now you have this Minkowski sum mesh of the two meshes. And if you trace a point hitting the Minkowski sum, that's equivalent to tracing this mesh onto this mesh. So you can find the time of intersection when it collides together by tracing a point on the Minkowski sum. So it simplifies mesh on mesh collision. And so instead of like testing every face on every other face and every single combination possible of like, does it hit here? 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 And you have an explosion of algorithmic complexity. Instead of doing that, it's walking across the Minkowski faces. It finds the closest point on the Minkowski sum and then traces a trajectory. So it's literally a parabolic mesh tracing algorithm. So you start here, you have a point, and then it's moving along a trajectory. And so it finds the closest point to the Minkowski sum, and then it traces the point along the surface until it intersects, and that's your time of collision. So it crawls along the surface, says, all right, we're going to hit an edge. All right, now we're on this edge. All right, then we move along the edge, and then we exit the edge. Now we're on a face, and we move along the face, and then we go onto an edge, and then we hit a vertex, and then the vertex doesn't move, but so like if you imagine, do I have a pointy thing somewhere? Here's a pointy thing. Oh, it's plugged into my computer. God damn it, I can't show it. I can't pull it this way. I need a pointy thing. All right, I'm gonna get the pointy thing from the bathroom that I used to actually make this. All right, here's my acne cream, not cream, something mystery product that someone gave me. My mom gave me, I think, for my acne that I don't use. And here's a pointy bit. Okay, so I said that it's tracing the closest point to, so we can pretend the Minkowski sum is just a mesh. It is the sum of two meshes, but it's a new mesh. So we can pretend that this is the Minkowski sum. So as our path is like following the closest point on the surface of the Minkowski sum, if it goes around a corner like this, then that's the closest point all the way around. So it's possible for the to like visit and stay on a vertex as the current closest point while trying to determine if it's intersecting. So yes, so there's three things. We have a Minkowski vertex, which is always two combined vertices. So like I actually used this to design this. Oh, actually you can't see the code. I actually used this to design this code. And so a Minkowski vertex, this thing, is two vertices aligned together. And then the Minkowski sum vertex is the displacement from the center of this mesh to the center of that mesh, and that is the like position of the Minkowski vertex. So it's negative this and positive this. So this would be like mesh 1 and this would be mesh 0. So mesh 0, mesh 1. And so it's mesh 0 minus the position of mesh 1, but that's pointing in the opposite direction, so it adds to a similar direction. This is very complicated. There's like two possibilities for an edge. So an edge is like this. So you can imagine the center of this tracing out an edge. That's the Minkowski edge. So that is mesh 0 being the edge and mesh 1 being the vertex. So that's this variant here where you have mesh 0 has an edge and mesh 1 is a vertex. So that's this case. But then the other type of Minkowski edge is a vertex on mesh 0 and an edge on mesh 1. So that would be like this case. So a Minkowski edge could be an edge on mesh 0 and a vertex on mesh 1, or a vertex on mesh 0 and an edge on mesh 1. And there's two ways for a Minkowski edge to exist. And then there's also a directed edge that knows whether it's going this way or that way. There's also a face, and the face needs to know its parity, whether it's the normal vector is pointing in or out of the mesh. And then you have the actual algorithm that's like crawling across the face and like, oh, that's here. So this is using the previous library where I use face edges, and then it's like, yes. What is the edges of this Minkowski face? So you have a Minkowski mesh that says Minkowski mesh, and then you query it, what are the edges of this Minkowski face? And it gives you back a list of edges for that face. And the face crawler is a well-named algorithm that crawls across the faces, edges, and vertices of the mesh, tracing the closest point on the mesh to the trajectory to find out when the point intersects the mesh. That's how the algorithm works. That's how the physics engine works. This is how the collision detection works. But notably, this cannot do like static intersection tests. It's only something is moving, when does it hit? It doesn't know if it's already inside because it's not moving. That's a completely different algorithm that doesn't exist, and I would need to write that if you teleport to like figure out what you're touching and then run all the needed events to handle that. And that's how I would have to do a teleport. So in the physics code here, we have set position, function, and that's this little to do right here, recalculate. It needs an entire algorithm to test for intersections. So I think I'm gonna not do this. I think I'm just gonna manually call collision end. I'm gonna separate the collision end into a function and then call the function instead of like processing an instruction. I think that's a good idea, because it's really difficult to control the order of operations when you need to run multiple instructions on a single timestamp without time advancing. So I think it's better to just do the whole process at once internally instead of like exiting and coming back in with another instruction. Why did you pick this algorithm? I know there are other ones. There is no other algorithms that I know of for parabolic mesh tracing. This is parabolic mesh tracing. The trajectory is parabolic. So I'm doing quadratic solve on the acceleration, velocity, and position, and finding times of intersection for faces. So this is testing faces, for edges and vertices, and this is like the transition times. And then where's the one that actually exits? Next, hit. Okay, so the only one that hits is face, which makes sense, right? Because the edges are zero width. The vertices are also 0 width. So you wouldn't really hit if it's a you could just like say it hits the face always. It would have to be an exact intersection. Ratatata. Does it say that somewhere? No. Why are you saying this? Run it a ton and grep for differences. So there's a equality trait that I can implement for the entire physics state, and I can just do physics state 0 equals physics state 1, and it'll tell me if they're equal. But there's also like hash tables and stuff inside the physics state, which is troublesome. I wonder if you could do that with hash tables auto. I feel like you can't. It's really interesting that hash tables require randomness to be to not be vulnerable to specific types of like algorithmic complexity attacks, where you design values to insert into the hash map. What did I say? Hash table? Hash map. It's a hash table. You design values to insert that always hits the worst case, and then it takes longer to run, and then if you use that inside of your like cryptography library, you can use that to like siphon away information about the exact cryptographic keys, which is like mind-blowingly complicated. So hash tables have to be random to be safe. Very interesting. Okay. The acne cream can go back. It's not cream. It's like red liquid. And it's leaking. Clear some stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure this is the best implementation to have like this. I wanted it to be just like one type and like some sort of like special thing, but I couldn't like get it to be any other way. Yeah. Hit is always a face. It's cool. The face crawl. 20 hard coded. Nice. Yeah, this is complicated stuff. It took me a month to write this. And I was like playing with the acne thing and the Rubik's Cube. I was just like trying to like see it in my head. Okay. Yep. So there's probably bugs in this as well, possibly. But it's mostly edge cases. So it's kind of bad because if like there was a perfect setup, it, if there was a perfect setup where like you already knew what the closest vertex was, it would be like really really fast. But like half of this algorithm is just finding what vertex is closest on the Minkowski sum. Where is that? Yeah, it's this closest fev not inside. Wait, not inside. Wait a second. Wait, is that an intersection test? Not inside. Hold up. Mike Wazowski? So all I need to do is just choose a random direction and predict if there's if it's gonna go out of the object. So the problem is choosing that, and like there can't be a time limit. It has to like quickly get out. So what about the intersecting distance? Does it need to know? I think it only cares about whether it is or is not. Right. Closest fev not inside infinity body. Okay, so I could just say the infinity body goes like this, and it just goes in a straight line down. And if it says, "Oh, you stopped touching," then that means then that you were inside. But I also need to test it, like it needs to get 2 collision in, collision out. Okay, so do I do I check the parity inside this? Crawl fev. Parity. I think it is very much checking the parity. Yeah, so this is checking the parity. So I don't have an algorithm that does both in and out. And it's like, ah, yes, you went in at this time and out at this time. So I would need to do two tests. I would need to do one forwards in time and one backwards in time, and make sure you go out on both sides instead of like forwards in time, backwards in time, and then it finds two that are backwards in time. So I guess that's what I do. I guess that's not that crazy. I'm not crazy. Okay, so intersection test. Where should I put this? I'll put this down at the bottom. Public function is intersect, or like point in part is point in mesh. Yep, and then it's got all this garbage. Or rather, it just needs the point. Doesn't care about a time limit because it's just testing intersection. So it is literally just self, point, and bool. Oh, point. Okay, so point, the body exists at point. Velocity, we're just gonna choose y for no reason, and then acceleration is 0. And then time is 0, I guess. Do I not have time? I do not. Okay. So this is not the greatest, but okay, so I'm doing 2 instances of predict collision out. So match. Predict collision out. Infinity body. And then time limit is time max. I hope that exists. And then what's up? What's up? Oh, expected a reference. Okay. So same thing except negative direction. Time is negative. So it shouldn't give 0. It shouldn't give negative time results. I think I call away negative time results. So both of these must exist. So I can actually do this. Is sum and then only run the other one if this is also sum. Why is there a space there? What the hell? Hello? Two tuple. Oh. Oh, you're dumb. Okay, cool. There. So it doesn't have to do the second collision prediction unless the first one exists, because they both must exist. So this one is easier slightly. So cool. Movement must escape the mesh forwards and backwards in time. Otherwise, the point is not inside the mesh. Cool. Okay, easy. So easy. It was already done, and I didn't know it. So I can now use this cool function for cool people and do cool calculations that calculates cool things. Is this a mesh query? No, this is a special thing on a Minkowski mesh, which is a bit sad, but whatever. Okay, so touching recalculate is going to be incredibly complicated. And require a lot of stuff. Yay! Okay, yay! Yay, I'm fixing the bug. Yay, I figured out how to use my really complicated math to do what I need to do. Okay. So I didn't want to make an algorithm, but it turns out it's pretty easy using the tools I already made. And like this is arbitration, which I hate, but what am I gonna do? Like it'll also have problems if the mesh is enormous, but like it'll also have problems if something else is there, but like oh well. Is it more clear without a constructor? Like position, velocity, acceleration, time? Because like it would label them. I think it would be a bit more clear, but oh well. So if you're like exactly on the corner like this, and you go like this and like this, and it's like, that's 0 time. I don't know what that's gonna do, but I also don't care yet because I haven't encountered a failure case. Yeah, it matters what direction you choose when you are on the edge. But when you're not on the edge, it doesn't matter what direction you choose. Buh. Buh. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Okay, well. Yes, so I have to move lots of code. Am I on the right branch? I'm not even on the right branch. Let's go to the right branch. Abba gabba, gabba googa ga. Okay, so goo goo gaga. We gotta go googa. We gotta ga gaga ga. This is atomic internal instructions. So I'm going to separate this. Function collision start. Probably inside here. Contacting. Nice spelling. Collision attributes. Can I require that only a specific variant be passed as an argument? Can I say like, oh yeah, you have to do this, and then like collision attributes contact? Probably not, right? Found a variant, not a type. And then this is going to be like, actually, refutable pattern. Buh. I could like make this a struct. So this is a problem in general. The fact that this, okay, you can't see that. This has a contact and intersect variant, and then this also has a contact and intersect variant, but they must be matching at all times. So that's like bad data normalization. But I can't figure out how to organize the data such that there only needs to be one of these with a variant, because each of these, each of these needs to hold different information, and each of these needs to hold different information. And this is like, oh yeah, you're touching this model, which is, by the way, a contact model. Whereas this one is like, this is a contact model. This is a contact model. You're touching a contact model. Because like the contact collision has what face you're touching. But the intersect collision, you're just inside the model. Like it doesn't care what face you entered in. You could exit potentially anywhere. Whereas this, you are touching a specific face of this model. Separate lists of models, but then like how do I index them in the same bounding volume hierarchy? Separate lists of collisions. I am already doing that. and these are in the separate lists. But it's still duplicate data. I can't figure it out. I don't know how to normalize the data well. It is hot. I'm probably gonna need to turn off the camera soon. There's your hash set that's inside the physics state. Physics state moves. That's true. That's probably a really good thing to move that out, and it'll probably find a lot of nice bugs. Oy, 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 oy. This song, is this funk? Giga copyright. I guess it is. So you see, it ends up with this impossible state when the contact doesn't match what type of model it is. And you're supposed to make invalid states unrepresentable. Oh my god, why isn't it unrepresentable? Oh my god, I need to make it unrepresentable. It would simplify a lot of code here and also make it impossible to be invalid. Model ID? But then, you know, I could still... I get stuck on this every time I look at this. But I would love to figure it out. I'm like, I feel like I'm sitting in a local minimum, and I need to like go over a hump to some completely different engine design to actually fix it. So I need to like just reimagine everything, and like probably the attributes would have to change and everything. But like what if I have two trees? But that doesn't really make sense because it has to find it in both. And like it's just better to have one. And model ID. So the model ID doesn't know what type of model it is. And it doesn't actually matter until you do physics. Like they render the same. So that's why it's in the physics collision attributes. Two types of models. You can't have both. That doesn't make sense. Because if you contact it, you can't intersect, because it keeps you out of the model. And if you intersect, you can't contact because you've gone inside. And so you're no longer like in contact with the surface. So there's no surface effects like friction, because you're intersecting. It's a completely different phenomenon, which I've modeled here in my data structures. But I need two parallel data structures, one for keeping track of what you're touching and one for keeping track of what type of object it is. And they need to be in synchronized state, and them being desynchronized is invalid. Buh. Like, okay, so the what? Okay, well, two model ID types, two entirely distinct model ID types. So it would index into two lists. And then I could like not elid, but like convert the overall model ID into the, oh, I'm a contact model ID. And then this could also reference. And then the collision is the only one. The contact would be the only one that does that. And it's also in two lists. Then getting the model attributes is annoying, but whatever. There'd be two attribute lists with like dedicated structs. Does that work? Like, what about that? This is a whole nother rewrite. I'm trying to do something else, and I get sniped by this every time. Snipe. Okay, so what's the thing? Where's the thing? Okay, so this is the finder. So it would go like, wow, I'm finding the IDs. And so it would give generic IDs, and the two lists would be like interlaced with IDs, but they wouldn't have colliding IDs. And then because of this, I know what type of ID to make it. And then because of the type of ID, well, no, you can't like check that, but like it would go into a specific thing. Maybe that works. And then it's only, yeah. So, okay, what? Okay, what's going on? So models. What's that? So that would be an overall. Why is there no music? Why is this like this? Minkowski sum mesh. So it just does not care what it is. So this would go, where's that come from? Okay, that's from the BVH. The BVH has the overall IDs. The meshes don't care what type they are. They're just in a single list. But I can convert to and from the like, I just want a mesh types, and this is a special type of, oh, the models. Okay, so the model IDs are typed with 3 types: overall, intersect, contact. And you can freely switch between overall and intersect and overall and contact, but not like this. That's an invalid one to do. So I could do that instead of that. Okay, cool. And then, does that fix it? If I keep the meshes like this, what is that? Okay, that comes from that. How do I know? Because so I could make this type not include this. So this would just be an ID map, pretty much. And it could be fixed size. Well, it would still be U32, which is unfortunate, but sure. So I think I thought of this before and decided it wouldn't work, and I haven't run into what wouldn't work yet. Okay, collision start. That's a collision, which is a enum that can be either variant when colliding with multiple surfaces. This is a problem. How do you decide which takes priority? You don't need to, because there is no such thing as hitting multiple surfaces at the same time. I mean, you can set up a contrived situation where that happens. But because this is a tickless engine, it handles each one at the exact time when it happens. So this is what I mentioned before with predictive versus corrective. So every other engine in the world uses corrective physics. This is using predictive physics. So corrective physics is like if this is my hitbox and this is something that I'm gonna hit, I go like game tick. Am I hitting anything? No. Okay. Game tick. Am I hitting anything? No. Okay. Game tick. Uh-oh, I'm intersecting with this object. I need to push away and correct the state to get out of that situation. So that is corrective physics. Whereas predictive physics is like, I am going to cross this volume over the next few seconds. Is there anything that I'm going to hit in that volume? No. Okay. Well, we can advance time, and it doesn't actually update the state. And then it goes, all right, well, now 0.07 seconds have passed since this body was moved to this position. So now it crosses this volume to here. So in this time limit, does anything happen? Well, yes, we're going to hit this at exactly this time. So then it goes, so it would have gone like this in that amount of time, and they would be intersecting. But instead what happens is, I detect that there's going to be a collision at exactly 0.05 seconds. And then it goes like, bonk. Okay, there's a collision, let's handle the collision. So the velocity changes, and now it's gonna fall down. So then for the remaining 0.02 seconds, it falls down. And so if there's another thing here, instead of like intersecting both and then having to like wiggle its way out, it does this one and then it does that one. And there's no badness. So that is actually wrong. You can contrive a situation where that would be wrong. And so a contrived scenario would be, let's go to the camera. Contrived scenario would be where you could make my game engine fail if you're like this, and you drop exactly so that both of these hit at the exact same time. And it would go like, I'm hitting this one, so I'm going to move like this. And then I go, I'm hitting this one, so I'm going to move like this. Actually, would that even fail? Because it would add this one to the contacts. No, it wouldn't even fail. That would just work. No failures. Because it adds it to the contacts. If it's going to hit the thing in 0.6 seconds. Well, if it's like falling, and like this is 0.01 seconds ago, and this is now, then it searches this volume for things that are touchable, and then it's like, okay, there's nothing I need to do. All right, we're here now. So it only teleports when there's nothing in the way. So it is, you can move at 1,000,000 units per second, and if there's something in the way, it'll be like, wow, in this entire volume, there's this, and this, and it'll test the collision time of each thing. So obviously that's slow if there's a lot of things to test, but you could possibly hit any of them, so it needs to test all of them. If you move, what happened? Like, it's just like, yeah. Okay, it actually doesn't update. So the body, the player doesn't move unless there is an internal physics event. So if it says, if there's a strafe tick for strafing, that's an internal event, and it's scheduled every 100 milliseconds, every 10 milliseconds, 100 times a second. And that's for like the air strafing. And so that it advances 10 milliseconds at a time to that, but it will also advance in between. You have strafe ticks. They're scheduled, and they don't control the overall structure of the physics engine. It's just scheduled every 10 milliseconds, and other things can happen at any time. Tick dependent. Nothing else is tick dependent. That's the only thing that's scheduled. Everything else happens whenever it happens. Why do Y get more speed? The tick rate's higher. That's why the strafe ticks are scheduled, is because the gain depends on how many ticks there are. And you can't decouple that. So it has to be a constant gain. If I ran ticks like whenever the mouse moves or something, then buying a better mouse would make you faster. And we can't have that. Yeah, so really neat stuff. Never seen it before, but like this is what I came up with as the ultimate physics engine that is designed for bhop. It would be terrible for anything else, pretty much, because like doing multiple body collisions with this, you'd have to like step everything a tiny amount, and it would like get locked up with like bounces and stuff. You made this whole thing up? Yeah. After like 10 years of iteration, like 2015, I made my first physics engine, which is bhop, and that was a corrective physics with 100 ticks per second. It had a tick rate. And then I had this idea in like 2018, and I didn't know how to work. And I discovered how to work. And then in 2020, I decided I would rewrite the whole game, Roblox game, with this idea, but I didn't do it perfectly, and it still like has a tick rate. and like it has subticks, but like it still is like doing game ticks and stuff, and it's horrible. There's horrible stuff in there because it's Lua, and I could like just kind of get away with anything. Whereas now in Rust, I have my third iteration, and I have like 2 physics engine lessons learned, and then the power of Rust to do things right. So hopefully I can make a better one, and it is better already, except buggy. Const, cool. So the meshes are not models, and I am indexing by convex mesh ID, but that needs to include the model ID. What do you mean index? So this would be a overall convex mesh ID, and then based on, so this would, I would need a map, but then it would live in separate lists. Does that work? Do you have any math background? I'm good at math. Yeah, I took some physics classes in university for 2 years, and math. So I did take like linear algebra and differential equations and physics and physics, and that was quite fun. I liked that a lot. But like at that time I was already ahead of school, and I was like working ahead of like what school was doing. But yeah, university did catch up to like what I knew existed, and like taught me new things, which is awesome. So so we need to know, and it doesn't care. So this is a clue, I think, where the physics attributes should give so then I get into here. Does there need to be a map at all? Does it always know from this? Where's references? Attributes. So I would need 2 lists of attributes, which is annoying. So then the model ID would be typed. I don't know, would it work? So here's matching both. Matching both. Matching both. What is that? That's the booster getter. So what would that be doing? So this model ID would know, it would be. So then I would have 2 model lists and 2 attribute lists. And then there would be no match statement here. So this code would get simpler. Why did I think this wouldn't work before? Maybe it was just because I had to split the lists. There's actually not that many references. I thought there'd be more references to this. Okay, do I want to do this rewrite right now? I'm gonna attempt it. I suck at math. It's just practice, like anything else, really. Like any complicated topic, you need to practice for years and years before you're any good. It's a skill, for sure. Just takes practice and dedication. Am I cloning? Yes. Okay, well. Yeah. So I could just match it outright and then put it in the list. I don't know. So 2 lists of attributes and 2 lists of models. It looks like it would work. Okay, what about all the places where model ID is used? Oh my god, that's not very many. So this would be a big rewrite, but it would introduce better type safety and better data normalization. Potentially even less memory usage, but it'd be small amount because the attributes don't actually take up that much memory. The attributes are pretty huge. 176 bytes for the attributes. And that was for every single model, and there's like 10,000 models. So that was like a megabyte. Okay, not that much. A megabyte isn't that much. Like the thing uses like 500 megabytes of RAM on Arcane. I think it's storing the textures in memory for some reason. And they need to be dropped. Oh. Okay, but that's something else. So there's actually only 8 unique attributes on Arcane. So now there's only 8. And then it's a U32. 166 bytes. Yeah, bytes. Bytes? So U32 is 4 bytes. So now it's 4 bytes per model. So we'll save 1 megabyte. Yay. Make everything more complicated. Yay. Indirection. Yay. That's the trade-off. Indirection for memory usage. So indirection is slower in terms of CPU time. And then you can like use more memory and make it faster. Oh, this is good. So I think this is a rewrite I want to do, but I don't know if I want to do it right now. Rewrite. Maybe tomorrow. So the rewrite I do want to do right now is moving the collision. Actually, it's kind of. Should I do it in the other order? If I do that, I'm going to end up doing it all at once. Yeah. Okay, so rewrite physics models. Split attributes into intersecting two lists, intersect contact, I guess. Split models into two lists, intersect contact S 3 model ID types, model ID, contact, model ID, intersect model ID. Trust me, it'll work. Okay. So I'm going to try that. It might not work, but it would make things bigger and smaller. Bigger in some places, smaller in other places, but more type safe and less like unwrapping mismatched types, because you can just like look directly in the right place to get it. Okay, so I'm going to do that tomorrow. So what I'm going to do right now is what I was writing 5 seconds ago. And by 5 seconds ago, I mean like an hour ago after I got distracted by everything. Okay, cool. So here we go. Contacting is contacting attributes. And then general is general attributes. Incredible. And then what else is there? I need a bunna. So it's in here, this code. Contact. So that's a contact collision. And I will also need these fellers and the instruction. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so code is right here. Here it is. There. We got them. Yes, sir. And then it returns nothing. Cool. Should I reconstruct it? What the hell is this? Touching insert. Oh, I see. It's because it's a generic interface for both. So I could make a special function, but yeah, I'll probably do that on the rewrite. Why is that being like that? Okay, so this is simple. Let's go. Collision. Start contacting. State, data, contacting general, contact. Let's go. Huge. Okay, and then now it's just all the stuff that doesn't work here. So qualify. And I have learned that I should do this when I make functions with 700 trillion arguments. Yep, and then this is good. Wow, okay. That was easier than I expected. Oh, reference. Is that okay? I guess so. Neat. Nice. Unique unorc. Kind of easy, actually. Okay, and then the other one. Collision start intersecting. So then this is intersecting. And then this is intersecting attributes. Incredible. And then this is a intersect collision. Unique unorc. So this is the other one here. Yoink it and then sploink it. And then the rewrite will get rid of this and a bunch of other things. Yes, sir. That is super far over there. This should be the same distance over, right? So why did it get moved down? 1, 2. I try to avoid doing tabs while I'm like moving code around because it's much easier to see the diff. Okay, so this is wrong. Why? Who did this? So the thing is right here. Collision, start intersecting. Yes, sir. Comma. Get rid. Apparently it doesn't use that at all, but we don't actually care. Don't care. Doesn't use that, but we don't care. There's too many commas. Don't care. It is the wrong type. It is not the wrong type. What's up? I see. So that needs that. Wait, it can't move. Wait, what? Why can that one move out? Did I implement? Oh my god, I put copy on this one, but not this one. Ain't no way. Mingowski face. Ain't no way. Oops. Oh no, that's right here. Okay, cool. Okay. Rewrite numero uno. Okay, so who's upset? I can see the underline the stuff. Does that, what is that? Okay, that's on the thing. The thing, right? Right? So I can just grab it there. There's no need to do anything weird. That can stay there, we don't care. Cool. Okay, and then next function, collision end. Should I do them in the same order? I guess. The ing doesn't need to be there. Okay, then the code is right here. Nar. Wait, can I get away with? Maybe. I don't know. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops, I didn't paste it yet. All right. Remove reference. Uh-huh. 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 Ah. Big neat. Uh-huh. Doesn't use it, but that's okay. And then collision and intersect. Okay, that's a lot smaller code. I'm gonna put this here. Ah. That can stay there because this is the only place it's supposed to run. Cool. So who is not happy? And why? Convex mesh ID, it is actually contact dot convex mesh ID. Wow. And then probably same thing going on here. Is this intersect? No, it's probably contact. Oh, intersect? Apparently it is intersect. Okay, you're happy? So happy. So let's look at the diff. Oh yeah, this is something else. Haha. Okay, so we got the little function heads, and then you can see the diff is nice for the actual code that was moved. So yeah, this is more or less the same. So it's as if I'm moving this code, but there's more code here, and this wasn't changed. So okay, does it compile? Gamba. Does it work? All I did was turn those bits into functions. Easy. Easy clap. Okay. Cool. I've coded enough today I can't focus. Almost every day. So it would just be match collision. It would work. It would work. I think it would work. How do you not burn out? How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours. When I don't burn out, it's because I'm interested and I'm like not finished what I'm doing. Usually I sort of run out of energy when I do the thing I wanted to do, when I complete the thing. So if you bite off big chunks, maybe that's, and like you have the capability of doing it. I've done 14-hour streams, but it's because I was doing a big job. Okay, so this is working. So this is pull out collision handlers into functions, and this is not part of that. Oh jeez, I don't want that. So all of the physics is that. Good. Maintenance and polishing is not nearly as glamorous as implementing features. Well, you get 90% of the way there in 50% of the time. So when your project is like 90% done, that's like half of the time that you will spend on the project. The remaining 10%, the polishing and maintenance stuff, mostly polishing, will take like the same amount of time again as what you've already spent. When you feel done and you're like, all right, we're gonna polish it out and then we're gonna publish it. It is gonna take a long time. So I don't have the body in this. That's interesting. The body. Yeah, I'm so weird about imports. Like these. Okay, if I do this, does it fix everything? Probably not. Okay, whatever. Cool. Okay. So then what I wanted to do was call the functions to end the old collisions and start the new collisions. This should be pretty complicated, and I'll need to do a lot of data plumbing to do that. Inventing a new movement mechanic. Yes. So one of them is sustain. So it's like B-hop. Making a visual novel. A story game? I haven't worked on anything like that. So maybe the answer is no. So presumably this works. Overwatch movement does not feel good as CS movement. Really? I felt like Overwatch was just phenomenally well written physics replication. Like I felt like the entire game was on rails, and like there was never any. I couldn't ever see any like replication mistakes and stuff like that. Like there's like swinging chains and stuff, and you can hit it, you can shoot it, you can do this. I thought that it was amazing. Feeling, physics engine. That was really well done. Which probably means it's full of hacks because all of the edge cases are polished away, or it's super well developed. Okay, how do I keep going? So I was writing this. The thing is set position bababooey. Oh, I can just. Okay. So this is gonna have to get everything. Is that only set position? I don't know. I could assume it is. Touching recalculate. I could just say that it's this. So any movement thing that's a higher barrier of entry and even more complicated and interesting. Why don't I boot my virtual machine? And I can show you fly trials. It's not like a visual novel type thing, but... So I can't play Roblox without a virtual machine because Roblox blocks Linux. So that's fun. Genji had something, and they patched it out. Right, it's like Apex Legends trying to make, what is it? Tap strafing, not a thing. They're trying to get rid of it because it's a skilled movement tech, exploitable. So B-hop is definitely skilled movement with a high barrier to entry. Have you tried? You said you know about the Roblox game, so you've probably played it. It's not easy. You have to like spend 10 hours learning how to play the game before you can play the game. What's Looking Glass? It is a... Oh, it's the thing. Window into the virtual machine. That's it. Nice Firefox update. I say that's it, but it's really, really nice software. Looking Glass is awesome. Like, it lets me... so my computer has 2 graphics cards in it, and one of them is used by Windows, and one of them is used by Linux. And so what Looking Glass does is it takes... it's Windows Recall. It takes the screen frames and downloads them into system RAM. So there's 2 GPUs. It downloads them from one GPU into system RAM and then uploads it to the other GPU, so I can see what's happening in the virtual machine desktop on Linux, which is very nice. Decent-ish surf. Yeah. So Fly Trials was my attempt to make a easier, some sort of like skilled movement that was easier than surf and b-hop. But wow, the Roblox pop-in is pretty crazy. So the barrier to entry was lower, but the skill ceiling was still there. And I did that in the form of styles. So there is Fly, where you just fly through the map. Fly Sustain, where if you turn, you lose speed, and you like gain speed as you move. There's Rocket, that's you have a rocket force that you can apply in any direction. And then there's 3D Strafe, which is like B-hop and surf normal, except you can also strafe up and down. It's the same strafe tech. And there's Rocket Strafe, which is insane. It's insane. Oh. Okay, so yeah, so the point is to like try to like go through the map as fast as possible. So we can see the world record. The bonus. No way. But yeah, it's kind of fun to find the best, the shortest. So Fly is always the shortest route to the end zone. And then you can zoom in to hone in on the and then so this was my attempt to make it easier. So something that works within my physics engine, but it's way easier to get into, right? Because anyone can like fly around. You just have to like, so you can get close to the world record without having to put a lot of time in. So like all of these times are really close. And then what are these people doing? They're probably like not looking at the world record. And then there's Rocket. So Rocket, you have this force and you accelerate based on what direction you apply the force. And so they carefully, it's literally like 3D racing, where like you have a limited acceleration. Do people actually play this? Usually there's like 1 or 2 players online. Some people really like it and they want like more stuff. So what's another map? So this map is pretty simple. Oh, whoops. Don't change. So he probably hits the wall. Let's see. So he's gonna... Oh, let's pause. So he's gonna jump and hit the wall. And then... So he lost all his speed going out of the barn. And then immediately started accelerating towards the finish. To try to reach the finish the fastest. Whereas fly is just what's the shortest route. So lining things up, heading in a straight line, zoop, zoop. So that the barrier to entry is much lower. How long did it take you to make this? Like a week. I put together all the styles in like a week. Peak gameplay. Exactly. It is impossibly fun to play this. It should not be as fun as it is to like just fly in a straight line. It's so boring to watch, but like, yeah. So fly sustain, you gain speed, and then you lose it when you... So interesting. I don't actually know what the optimal fly sustain curve is. I figured out the optimal curves for most things, but I don't know if it's better to turn early, turn late, turn all at once. It doesn't look fun to play. It's deceptively... It's very deceptive. It's quite fun to play. Rocket, the skill ceiling is much higher, but also the barrier to... It's more like the other thing. So rocket strafe is... Oh, 3D strafe. Let's do 3D strafe. So let's do show keys. So up and down are Q and E. So there's a bug or exploitable way to gain speed by jumping and strafing down repeatedly. You can like redirect your jump speed into forward speed. So this is like min-maxing different speed gain exploits. And like the motion you see where they go like this is using the jump height to then go into a brachistochrone curve which is the minimum time curve to like go the farthest, the fastest. It's really optimized. 3D strafe is pretty cool, but it's like it's a superset of Be Up and Surf. It's really cool. Maximum distance in the shortest time while gaining. Yeah, it's not exactly a brachistochrone because you also gain speed non-physically, like with air strafing. And then rocket strafe is just the most insane because you can strafe and you have a rocket force. So you can just keep your speed throughout the map. So, yeah. It's faster than rocket, faster than 3D strafe. It's the absolute maximum speed possible type of style. And it's just impossible to play. Okay, what's the green map? Unreal Doge, help me. What's the green map? The map. Come on, the map. It's a 3-nerk map. There are many green maps. It's the Fly Trials Rocket Strafe map. The one with the optimal time. I want to see Flandre. Let's see. Let's see. So Fly is 1 minute and 40 of this. So Fly is like the slowest style. And then Rocket is quite interesting because like you're trying to optimize your racing curves. And so you're like hitting walls to try to keep speed, hitting walls to cancel speed so that you can accelerate in a different direction faster. Look at the controls, how they're tapping and using different controls. So it's a very... Rocket is a very technical style. And then Rocket Strafe is just about keeping momentum with strafing and just reaction time and like execution ability. So it's a lot simpler to route because you just have to take the shortest route and just strafe around corners. But it's so fast that the execution is so difficult. This is such a skilled player. So there's a lot more depth to Rocket and Rocket Strafe. So Rocket has routing depth as well as execution depth, and then Rocket Strafe is like pure execution ability because the routes are usually pretty obvious based on whatever the fly route is. But I guess sometimes there could be alternate things where it's faster to go a different way. A toggleable boost. Someone should make a game based on this. I made a game based on this. Symphony. Yeah, this is the one. I did not know the Rocket Strafe 10-second time. So fly. Oh, okay. No, this is one of it's of the same style. There's another one like this, yeah. Earlier like it's one of the maps we tested with fly trials. Epiphany? No. Where's my 3 nerf maps? Oh my god. Down. Bruh, goes under the trigger. Yeah, so some maps are not very interesting. This still takes a lot of execution talent to go around the trigger and to get the weave through the end. Then Rocket is different. You're going to hit a wall to go around the trigger. And then, yeah, find the best way to get through. Bouncy walls, power-ups, gravity. Power-ups? It's a time trial game. So, like, usually you want a uniform gameplay. And then you'd have the maps, I guess, could have power-ups if you want. I was thinking of having a special part in the Strafe client to set your style. So you could just outright change the style in the middle of the map. I think that'd be awesome. You just touch it. You go crazy with like weird maps. Have like minigame challenge series. Long jumps and stuff. And then you like just change to rocket style in the middle of the map. The styles aren't managed well enough in BF and Surf for that not to cause issues. But it's really locked down in the Strafe client. Come on, 3 nerf maps. What's the 3 nerf maps? How do I see TF2 rocket jump style? Yeah, that's another thing. So Momentum Mod was focusing on all the different skilled movement stuff from Source. A break. Okay, maybe I can just go like maps? I forget what the thing is. Okay, so I can just look through them. It's green, it's very green. I don't like the one frame missing. That'd be nice to fix. Is it like loading a higher res version or something? Frenzy. That's it. All right. So this is the route through the map. Just do like that. And then rocket strafe, 9 seconds to go through the entire map like this. So you do crazy drifting stuff. What is brake? So yeah, this was my attempt to like try to branch out and like reuse my work, my 2 years of work rewriting the physics engine to like make another game. And this was my attempt to like make a similar like time trial type experience as Bhop and Surf, but with some new ideas for how you can move around. So then Rocket is interesting as well. Did Rocket not load? There it is. Ooh. Ooh. What? What's my rocket time? Because I was competing for this. 21. Damn, they beat me by 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Oh my god, bro. Okay, and then rocket strafe is just insane. Here we go. The level of execution. So like the route is not so hard, but the level of execution and like reaction time and then like how many times you have to try to do this. It looks like, oh yeah, you just go through the map. But like look at the keys that they're pressing. Fly time is crazy optimized. Yeah, it's really time trials is a really fun way to make a game. Optimization, humans live for optimization. The like progress and like it's great. Really cool time. Did you have a TAS? Rocket strafe? Fly trials is a greater time sink than Bhop. Sink? Than Bhop once you master strafing. I did it on dev. Ah, yeah. Damn. I never did rocket strafe. But wasn't it like 10 seconds? And this is like similar time. Is that even faster? Yeah. So this is my attempt to reuse my physics engine to make a new game. And of course it's not as successful as Bhop and Surf. But people play it. Right. I was thinking of removing this, but I guess not now. Okay, what's going on here? Right. Oh, excuse. Okay, so so this code would get simplified. Right. Tray push solve. I'll have to do that. Why is there predict collision end but not predict collision start? Oh, because it's what you're touching. Oh, okay. Okay, function. Recalculate. Recalculating. Mutable self. And probably 100 million other things. Probably exactly this, actually. Mutable instruction collector. Okay, cool. Probably exactly this. So first thing would be to drain all existing attacks. So does teleporting always mean you stop touching something, even if you teleport like two centimeters? You disappear in one place and you appear in another place. I feel like that's valid to always stop. Drain. Okay, so self.contacts. Drain. Really? Don't you need a range? Huh. Oh, I see, because it's a hash. Okay, that makes sense. Keep. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh, I swallowed wrongly. Memory for use. Okay, neat. Okay, so collision end contact. So yeah, I need some insane Scooby-Doo snacks to make this happen. Yeah, makes sense. Yes, sir. Ah, jeez, I gotta do some stupid stuff like this. Oh, here. Wow, okay. I didn't need that. No, I do. So I need to do a BVH. Locate, find all models in the teleport region. State.bvh. Okay, it's data.bvh. Okay. The tester So we need to make it an access line bounding box from the hitbox. So we add a point. Oh, it's this. That's it. That's how you do it. Yeah. Yo. I see. So data actually contains that. So what about time? No, time doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah, okay. Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski. Okay, stop saying that. Minkowski is point in mesh. 0. Oh, it's a relative body. Huh? Body. Where's the mesh transform? Collision in relative body. Oh, it's transformed mesh. Okay. Okay, so yeah, Minkowski sum of the transformed hitbox. Wait, but what about the model transform? Oh, it is a transformed mesh. Oh, that's fancy. What the hell? Look at that. That's so fancy. Sub mesh view and everything. That's so fancy. So I would need to choo on the boo here. What a bit it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Is that true false? What is it doing? What does this do? Collect. Okay, so it's like mutating a thing. So this one should be accumulating contacts. If is in mesh touching self dot insert. Okay, so notably interesting. Might try a bit of fly trials. At first you said this doesn't look interesting. It's yeah, careful. It's addicting. As is B-hop and surf, of course. Okay, so so I've made a discovery here. When you teleport, it only makes sense to intersect. Because when you teleport, you only intersect with things. You don't collide with things. So if you are intersecting with a collision thing, then that is actually an invalid teleport. And you will simply fall through it because contact objects only exist at the surface, and it only tries to detect collision at the surface. It does extremely minimal work and ignores everything that isn't like a crossing of a surface. And I want that. I want to like handle all possible cases and have no like correctiveness and checking. So this isn't going to work because it needs to hold a... Wait, is it going to work? Oh, maybe it will work. So it holds a mutable reference here, and then it just holds a mutable reference here. Okay, well, never mind. That'll be fine. Well, actually, touching is inside of state. Okay, state is fine here. We're not using state, so it should be fine. Oh. Yeah, this doesn't make sense here. Because touching is... a thing. So this can just go as a big stupid function somewhere for being dumb. So we can just put it right here. And the tabs are proper. So self is not real. State.touching. Oh, okay. So what time? Extrapolated position. T0, T1, that's true. Okay, so this is drawing a parabola and then putting a bounding box around that parabola. But I only need something simple. Because it's a teleport. It's not moving yet. Okay, so we don't use this function. Wait, is the body already? Yeah, it is. Body already. Okay. So what I could do is I could just pass the same time twice, but then it does extra work for no reason. So all I need to do is add the body position. So I do aabb.grow body.position and then inflate it by the mesh half size, and that's it. Easy. Easy clap. Okay. What's up? Collision? Yeah, that's not real. You're right. Expected nothing. Yeah, so it's not possible to calculate the collision thing because it doesn't know what face it's intersecting with. So this has to be Atcher. Real? Did I do something real? Easy, okay. Yeah, so this is it has to be ignored. However, intersect will have a collision start. Okay, what the hell is that? Easy. 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 So easy. So easy. Okay, so this can go here. Oh, never mind. So the is that const? No. It is constant across all the stuff. So it's a state touching. Yeah, okay. So this needs to be broken down further because it's trying to borrow the entire object, but it's already partially borrowed. Do you run Rust format? Nope. Rust format is not compatible with my coding style. And the developers said so themselves. So yeah. Oh, it's body position, right? Little mesh. So this is a Minkowski sum of these two meshes, and then I'm testing if the body position. What? Because the model mesh includes the mesh position. So the Minkowski sum is over at the mesh location. So I also need to test if the body point is inside the mesh. Okay, so this is body deposition here. Huh. The mesh transform. Interesting. Yeah, let's. Can you make different rules? They just don't support it. It's not flexible enough. What do you want? Oh, it's borrow, immutable borrow? Yeah, okay. So same problem. I need to split this up. So we find these functions: state, touching, body, mode state, run, time, body. I ran into this issue before. Good thing I already put this on separate lines. This is gonna get huge. Oh my gabagoo. It directly demands state? So I need to split this one up as well? Oh my god. So what is this doing? What's your coding style? This. No spaces basically. Okay, so Rust borrow checker can't guarantee the partial borrow stuff, so, and it makes sense. So this function, these arguments need to grow to like 10 times the size to work properly. But that's how it is when you're in a physics engine. All right, it's way too hot. I'm going to turn off the camera. That's better. Better cooling. Actually, I could get the fan too. awesome. Ow. Skibbity bop, skibbity bop. Okay, so what I need to do here is split state up into its constituent elements that are utilized within the function. Bruh. Hmm. 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 So if I do the union of the Minkowski sum of all contacting meshes, I can search for the closest point. Well, Minkowski sum with the hitbox. And then the closest point that is outside the mesh, which will be one of the mesh vertices. Is that guaranteed? No, it is not. It'll be either in the middle of a face. Well, not necessarily the middle, but yeah, so I'd have to test the closest point to every face and the closest point to every vertex. So that would be a big chungus calculation. There is an algorithm to traverse faces and edges and discover the entire mesh. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Well, that's doable at least. Oh, except the union part. That's freaking insane. I'm thinking about how to fix the teleport position. If you teleport into some objects, where do you like go to? So in BSP maps, it implicitly defines what space is in bounds and out of bounds, and that's kind of nice. But that's annoying to map makers. So I think that if I just do the correction to the closest point, then people test their maps. That should be fine. Well, I guess I could also just like reject it entirely and be like, hey, yo, you're inside a contact. That's not allowed. And it'll like reject the teleport or something. That would be a possibility. I need a way to bubble physics errors up to the surface. Yeah, have like some errors. Sigh. We were so close to greatness. So I could probably keep this like this. Oh, well, okay, well, set position. Set position is a pretty heavily used function. It was pretty nice before. Not anymore. Makes sense though that it has to touch every living bejesus to like recalculate everything. Oh my god, bro. Bruh. Bruh. Ain't no way. I might still run into borrow checker rules. Okay, so what is borrowed here? Body? Well, this doesn't modify body, so that's fine. It's just trying to modify the context. Yeah. Ay 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 ay. Ay ay. Oh my god, bro. Then it goes all the way to the freaking goober functions as well. Wait, what did I just do? That didn't look nice. Okay, branch. Cool. Branch is Scooby-Doo branch. Set position. Implement set position. Oh, this is a branch name. Recalculate touching. Bro. R. All my branches look like this. Okay, whip whip. Yep. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, so like this would have been a giant refactor with like multiple things at once before. But now I can see the future with Git. And so I know to do one refactor at a time and like try to make working versions. But here I am in the middle of it, doing it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Hi. Buh. There's problems. What did I do? Can't see the blame or like history. I don't know. Ay, 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 ay. That's okay. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Well, no problem actually. Okay, I'm gonna clear some dishes. I'll be right back. Oh my god. No. I just don't want to do the thing. I need to split up this, but it's gonna be so much work, and I just don't feel like it. I'll come back fresh tomorrow for that, but maybe I can work on something else. Or maybe I'm just done for the day, I don't know. It hasn't been very long. Usually I stream for like 5 or 6 hours. Work. Hmm. 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 Mm-hmm. I think that rewrite is gonna work. I think that's good. Maybe I should just start it tomorrow, do it first, and then do this. Hmm. I don't know, man. This is awesome, though. I'm so glad I have my fingies in the physics again. I'm not just like terrified of touching it, because I have bots and I can like re-simulate them and everything. I guess it's also like in the middle of development and stuff, so it's not that bad. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, what else did I write down? Let's see. Fall through the ground. Go through walls. Fall through surfs. Contact recalculation on teleport. I didn't actually think I would do that. I thought I would need an algorithm. Determinism. Implement Roblox jump calculation. Oh, I can put a check mark there. I love putting check marks. Stop hard coding the bot playback. Ugh. So I got 3 versions of this. Ay, ay, ay. Bot. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah. So this stuff is dealing with files. So I think I'm gonna need a module like this. So a tiny library. Wait, factory functions. I don't really know what a factory is. 3 structs. So platform specific user accessible locations. Redux. Linux, Redux, Windows, and Mac OS. Cool. So I would use this. And so it says where configuration files go on Linux. It says where configuration files go on Windows. It says where configuration files go on Mac OS. Awesome. Awesome. Why is it option? Oh, if the... Oh. Yes. Okay. So this is how it can work, right? So you have a config. I guess it's a file, but like there will hopefully be a UI. And you can specify where you want to save bots, where you want to save maps, etc. But there needs to be a default, right? It needs to have a default location. And so in the config, it can say like, I don't specify any custom location, and then it'll just use this to like say what to do. Does this go anywhere, or is it only on Firefox? Oh, that's really cool. It just like floats around my screen. Is that on Windows as well? That's super weird. Yeah, so this is a mega nice library that I will almost definitely depend on for this. Just for like, so cache, that's like if you download maps from the StrafeNet servers. Those are cached versions because the maps may receive updates. As well as bots. Well, bots are unique. They are cached though, and like they can just be re-downloaded later. So that is like cache stuff. So yeah, so yeah, and then home, is that? Yeah, I don't know. Data. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Okay, so I read about this before, and so you have your data is roaming, and then you have your local data, and the idea on the Windows is that Microsoft will replicate this to any computer you log into. But I don't know how realistic that is. like using your Microsoft account. Cool. Cool. Wait, should I install it here? I guess so, huh? Or maybe not. I don't know. I guess I defer to like whatever Steam does. It's confused. Oh wait, no. It goes into the user bin, doesn't it? I guess that's, I don't know. So this doesn't matter as much because it'll just be where it is and it doesn't really matter. What is this? Preference. Bruh. Preferences. macOS moment. What the tarnation? Boy, you know. What the hell? Is that real? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Wait, what is... I've never seen this before. What's in here? Socket. Oh, what the hell? So this is like running applications that have like interactable... Huh. So it's like, hey, I'm running. Don't run on top of me. Don't tread on me. I think that's what's going on. Or like, here's how to interact with me. Because what's in there? Nothing. Sad. Back is dconf. User. Uh-huh. Nice. What is this? I guess there's socket files. Can I like... What happens if am I gonna break things if I do this? Very possibly. Let's see. Oh. Mm-hmm. What if I cat this? What happens? No such device. Huh? Socket. That's what type of file it is. It is a socket. I can't read it? I bet it'll... So it's write only? Okay, well that's... Yeah, okay, well that's cool. Is it popular? Yes. So it just doesn't change very often, which makes sense because like the entire point is that it's a standard location. So if they changed the standard location all the time, then like that would not be good. Central location is not fully trusted. Cool. Okay. Wait. Is this... So this is Linux only and stuff? No. Wait. The mechanism of the XDG. Isn't that... Okay. This crate is a fork of the once abandoned director's crate. Oh, okay. Okay, cool beans. Okay, so it's just the same thing. Cool. 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 Okay, so yeah. Yeah, I'll use this. I'm gonna write that down. To do use directories create to make standard install and file location stuff. I can say like bots go in data dir, config goes in config dir. What else is there? Maps go in cache dir. But bots go in cache dir, right? Right. I guess that's after I have online. Huh. Hmm. So probably maps are just in the application directory. Meow. Wow, I just said meow. I'm going to say yeah. Meow. I would never be caught saying meow. Couldn't happen. Not me. He said it. He said it. Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, nice. Okay, so I made some plans. I did some thinking. I ran out of juice. I got no more juice left in the tank. It's time for the end of the stream. It is Thursday. So tomorrow I'll probably do the 2 rewrites if I can. And try to make the physics better again because it has a lot of room to get better. Even though it's so great already. It's great. Just great. That's great. Maps are so fun. I love my game. I can't wait until I can like get times and then like it like loads the bot that I got automatically and I can like race the bot or something. Dude, and I can have diff. Oh my god, there's so many things. There's so many little features in bhop that I can then re-implement better in Rust. Okay, so this is how you hit the start zone. You can't just spawn inside it. That's what I'm trying to fix right now. Well, now as in not now. Not anymore. Yeah, so the spawn. Whoa, what happened? Set position. Why did it do that? I can't reproduce that. Gaming. This is supposed to be a booster, but it doesn't work because it's set by a script, and there's no scripts that run. This is also supposed to be a booster. You guessed it, a booster. Supposed to go like this. That was weird. Did you see that? It like popped. Was that just a system hiccup or? I don't know. Oh, easy. Shortcut. Yeah, I did work. Work got done today. And now I don't feel like doing no more. Hopefully I can do 2 rewrites tomorrow. And everything will get better. Gosh, there's so much to do in this project. When I started like 2 weeks ago, started to get back into this project, I was just overwhelmed by like the scope of what I intended to do. But now I've got a lot more details in my head. And like the physics engine isn't a big mystery anymore. It's like, oh yeah, I was doing that. Oh yeah, I was doing that. Oh yeah, I was doing that. Apparently this jump 1 doesn't work. Did I implement that? I don't know. I know I did the data structures. Did it in the data structures. It's configurable, but is it implemented? Yeah, physics engine was very scary. Of course, right? It's a physics engine. And it's a physics engine that I wrote 6 months ago in a hurry. But now the physics engine exists and does something, so that's a huge accomplishment. So now I can make it like be good. Hopefully I can like remember to do all the little rewrites I intend to do. I keep dropping things after I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it. I know where this is going. And I don't finish it. I just do like I just do it halfway and then I put a little to-do note. But like I should really just do the whole thing because like the whole thing is in my head. And I'm ready to do it. Oh, but it's so much work. But that's this whole project is it's so much work. Right, it was the jumping. Right. I mean, I rewrote the jumping and like, I don't really want to spend a week on that. When I can just like do it right for the specific case, that the like common case, and then like maybe do it later if someone crashes the game and they're like, why does setting this setting crash the game? And I'm like, yeah, I never implemented that. Nope, can't make that. Don't believe. There's the end zone. Did I get a time? Please? Finish run. Let's go. You can't actually beat the map without flying, but I guess that's part of the physics right now. There's no invalidation, so. I love how this time and this time are different now. It's awesome. Oh, I implemented a run timer. It was like pretty straightforward, and I knew it would be straightforward, but like I put in the time and did it properly. I did it before. I wrote a like 5 lines of code as a run timer, but like I didn't have timers, so it was just like a timestamp, and it was just subtracting from the other timestamp. But this is properly a timer, and I properly have. Look at me not ending the stream. I properly wrote timer thing, and it like a timer that can be paused and unpaused, and it has type state of whether it is a paused or unpaused timer, and like whether you're allowed to scale the timer or it has to run in real time is part of the type state. I'm really pleased with this. This is the third incarnation of timers. It was so satisfying to see this come together. I tried to write it with type state first, and I was like, wow, this is an utter mess. And so then I tried to write it without type state, and I just had like a bool value in it for whether it was paused or not. And that was okay, but like it was like I still had a bunch of different classes. And then I realized this, where I should have two different types for the internal timer state and the pause state. And once I figured that out, this came together really quickly. And that this is like a combination of the two different implementations. And there's only one type state timer, and there's only one pausable timer. Whereas before I had like timer scaled, timer paused, timer scaled paused, and there's like a bunch of different structs and enums. Well, no, it was a mess. And now it's like generics and only two. It's very, very nice. The code is actually bigger, but it feels like a more optimal way of doing things. Like at unit tests, test the timers. So timer real time is a timer that can be paused, but it only runs where 1 second is 1 second. You can't have it scale the time. Whereas there's also a scaled timer state where it has a time scale as well as the time offset from the base timer. Oh my god, I wish I had this like 10 years ago. This is something that's core to my rewrite of the bhop game, and I've been studying this for like 5 years, timers, because they're so core to the game and redesigning it and stuff. And this finally feels like the penultimate timer, and it took like Rust's strictness to end like 5 years of experience to bring it together, which is a lot for something that's just a timer. But it's only 200 lines of code. Well, 300. But I love it. And then I also have this run. The run uses the type state timer internally, because when you create your run, there's no timer to track. When you start your run, the timer is running. You can't have a paused timer while you're in the middle of your run. And then when you finish the run, that's it. The timer is ended. It's just holding basically the time you got. It's a really fancy i64 basically. So it's size 8. It's the same size as an i64. And then run has a run state and a flag reason. Gosh, this is so awesome. On KSF, you can pause your timer. That is implemented at a different level. So, uh-oh, what's going on here? That's no good. Huh. You can pause your run, but that's not the run timer. So look at this. I can go like pause, 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 just by alt tabbing. So this is the simulation timer, which is a higher order timer. So the run timer is based on the simulation timer. So if the simulation timer is paused, then the run timer isn't like increasing because it's based on the simulation timer. But the run timer isn't actually like state paused. If the simulation timer advances, the run will still advance. So it's locked at a type level to be running, but it can be based on a hierarchy of timers, which is how bhop works. After my rewrite, I have a root timer that is just an offset from your system clock. I have a player timer that sort of adjusts the offset. That's for multiplayer. So that's like it's a conversion between your root timer and other players' root timers. And then I have the simulation timer, and that can be scaled or paused because like that I showed off time scale and stuff. And then there's the run timer. And this is a long chain of timers. You should really make it so you can't rapid pause. I think it's fine. Like there's not really a difference to that and just time scaling. In full game runs, you know you can pause in Roblox, right? In full runs. You don't agree with that? You don't think that pausing should be possible? I think that if you're pausing, you're not getting the world record. So there's no need to enforce it because you already don't care about getting the world record. So something that I think is cool is what the heck did I run into? Something that I think is cool is resuming. So most people wouldn't be able to run this map as fast as me because I have 10 years of bhop experience. And it's a pretty long map. So probably you should be able to close the game, and when you reopen the game, you just rejoin this map specifically. It sees you have a session and resumes your session. I think that would be awesome. I wanted to do that in Roblox bhop, but I didn't design. I made a fundamental design flaw of how the game works, which was that the bots are outputs rather than recording inputs like I'm doing for this one. You need inputs to recreate the physics state, and also like this physics state needs to be serializable. There's so much more memory and data control in Rust, so it's just like so much easier to put together these features. Having control over this whole thing as well. Yeah, this is a dream to write this in Rust instead of having to deal with Roblox engine limitations constantly. Oh, crap. Yeah, I love bhop, man. It's just the perfect programming project. No art. No story. Pure programming. Really highly technical. Awesome. And I'll be back with more tomorrow. Can I slide into the ground here? What if I do it over and over again? Is this fixed? Did I fix this? I seem to oh. Yeah, that's what I remember. Okay, so it's just like if you hit it at the right angle, I guess. What if I like yeah, this won't break. Cool. That seems a bit more robust than it used to be. I don't know what changed. That happens occasionally where like I'll change something in the physics engine and then like Wow, that didn't used to happen. You used to just, yeah, like this every time. I'll change something in the physics engine, and then the entire game is suddenly more robust. This sort of state that it's in right now, I was putting together the physics engine with the Minkowski sums 6 months ago, and it was just awful. You just fall through everything, like nothing worked. You would just like it was just terrible. And then I was like fixing some cases that were wrong for the Minkowski sums, and like just trying to like work through the implementation, and then suddenly it was like this, and it was just almost perfect. Suddenly it went from you can't do anything to the game almost works perfectly. It was pretty amazing. But that's kind of it makes sense for like physics engines, because like if your math is wrong, it's not gonna work. The monkey ball, there are these strats. They're really impossible if you don't rapid pause. Yeah, but it doesn't affect my game in the same way. I have extremely strict simulation control. And the pause is implemented at the correct sort of like level of the hierarchy. So there's no side effects to pausing. It's perfect, essentially. There's no like implementation incorrectness like there is in a lot of pause implementations, because it's like ad hoc. Whereas this is designed and redesigned and iterated on and designed and redesigned. I'm still making the same game 10 years later, because it's been just so much fun to make. Oops. Ah. So nice to be able to run this. It feels great. Absolutely fantastic. Like 1,000 FPS, I hope it feels great. I could not do that. Surf bugs, there's a crazy skip. With pausing? Quickly switch your inputs. Yeah, but that's just like inhuman input tassing. Like that's an entirely different problem. Like you're not gonna fix that by not allowing pausing. I wonder if yeah, okay, so when you submit a bot, session. It would be nice to have like your session info, like but then that would be it'd be nice to have like really well normalized data, and like imagine if the times are based off the bots, but the bots are based off the sessions, and then the sessions are just your raw inputs. And it's like a pointer chain. No, I mean pointers are not a good word. The data is somewhere else, and it's like this bot is part of your Thursday play session, and like the sessions are saved raw, and then like years later, the administrators and like the community could review your session and be like, oh wow, they paused 7,000 times during that run. Okay, they're cheating. And you could like have that level of raw data. But that includes things like your frames, your idols, and I don't know. That's just it's already. I already have to like store bots, and if I'm planning to never delete bots, and I want to like have every time gets a bot. That's what I want for this game, is the bots to be small enough so that I can save every single time, ever, even the like last place times, and then recalculate the entire leaderboards. The simulation is fast enough to be able to recalculate every time that's ever been achieved. Nice. I think that's a W. Huge. I always try to go up top, but it's pretty hard because you have to like spin. Have you played Osu? I have not, but that's a pretty old game, so of course I know that. Why does it do that? Do what? Yeah, this feels way more like Roblox B-Hop. Oh, you mean like go through the ground back here? That is a bug. It has to do with the culling of contacts when you are strafing. So when you strafe, you're like changing your velocity instantly. It's an instantaneous velocity change. And so if you were like sliding down a surface and then you changed your velocity, that was not right. You might not be touching that surface anymore. All right, I can cheat to get to the end. Where am I going? It's over here. So there's actually a wormhole here, but it's completely invisible. So it's a part that goes across this platform diagonally, and when I go through it, I actually teleport to a new location, but you cannot tell. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you could tell. I accidentally restarted. Yeah, so basically when every single strafe tick, it checks to see if you're not moving towards a surface, and then it culls the surface from the surfaces that you're touching, and for whatever reason that makes you fall through it at a certain strafing angle, and you basically hit that angle every time. So it's a bad way to do it. So it really just needs to be redesigned. I did have a thing that it didn't happen before, but yeah, no, it still just kind of happened. It just needs to be like tuned and like designed. I need to work on it. Like I've been working on it for the past 2 days. The changes I've done for the past 2 days are very similar to the evolution of the physics engine 6 months ago, which is all on YouTube. You can go back all the way and watch it. The entire development of this project is on YouTube from the beginning, the very first version of the engine. I'm really happy about that. And I also have it on my hard drives. I've got all my stream VODs. Well, the ones that I remember to record anyways, which is 99% of them. Okay, well, I am going to end the stream. Like I said I would an hour ago, and I started talking a bunch, which happens a lot. Okay. so long. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with more Rust, and hopefully I can do multiple rewrites without getting annoyed with the borrow checker. Okay. Goodbye.